Testing. Okay, that's live. Welcome to a Sims 4 Cosmetology School story, as it is currently known. I'm still not sure if I'll change the title, but I could always change it to a Cosmetology School diary. Hey, Daniel. Looks like Streamlab is working. Which is good. We don't have to wait for it, and I don't have to fiddle with it. And then, fingers crossed that I haven't been having. Okay, it would help. Jesus Christ. I can't think or talk straight lately. But anyway. So I've been getting a little hung up on doing these things lately. I'm still a little bit mad at myself for not. I had several hours I could have played this yesterday and done things, and I faffed around with something else instead, and then got lost in the two sports games, and Detroit teams both lost yesterday, and that got me in a mood. But I did get a little episode late at night. I am hoping that in this episode I do start building the school. Because that's the main thing. If I build the school and get it set up the way I need it, then we can go from there. You know, it's a beginning. I didn't mean to do that. I've got Facebook as my home page, and it just automatically goes there, so I should change it to YouTube and get it over with. But that would well, no, just shut up. Just shut up. So there's a couple of things going on today that could distract me from what I'm trying to do. The first one is that the Illinois DLC has dropped for American Truck Simulator, and I did buy it. I am trying to avoid loading it. If I load that, I want it to be just to look at what companies are in it, and if any new loads are possible that interest me. I do not want to create a character and play him. I don't want to do any loads. Because that's a rabbit hole I don't have time for right now. The other thing is, supposedly, out of nowhere, I didn't know it, but The Sims 4 is dropping 2 Bridgerton kits, and as a if you get them as a bundle, you save a couple of bucks. But I've been watching all day trying to see, like, it said, like, well, it's like not, oh, there it is, finally. The hell? What the hell is $44.99? What the hell is $44.99? The base game is free, so it can't be buying a base game. Unless it's for console. What? See, that's what I'm talking about, getting distracted. So, anyway, there's this kit here for the ballroom. This kit here, let's see, so what is in here? What are they actually giving you in this kit? I mean, because I could use this stuff to decorate Nadine and Joanna's house. But I don't have to do that right away. I could just as easily use the stuff I've already got from the royalty pack. But, you know, I mean, I'm going to buy this stuff because that's what I do. But now, what does this include? So apparently that's a hairstyle. That looks like a hat. Maybe a hairstyle. A tiara. So these are mostly hats. These are hats and masks because they're still using the same base game hairstyle model. So there's no new real hairstyles. Now, the dresses, that'd be something to show in Beauty Magazine the next time I play that. Or if you're doing your royalty. Let me say it like this. I started to watch this one time because I was watching similar things like Downton Abbey and stuff. And I was like, okay, well, this is like Downton Abbey, but years earlier. But I might have got through the first episode, or I might have been doing something else while it was on, and I really didn't pay attention to it, and that was it. And I don't know how many years this thing's been going, but I don't have that kind of time to binge it anymore. If I did have the channel it's on, the Netflix or whatever. I mean, I could watch that, you know. I could get into that, especially if it's had this many years, but I don't really have that kind of time. But oh, I think I see what it is. They're including royalty and legacy. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. They're adding in. They're not doing a very good job of saying that. It just says Royal Masquerade Bundle. Well, that doesn't tell me that this is the royalty and legacy with the Bridgerton bundle. Because, yeah, this is, pardon my language, but this is piss poor. Down here, they tell you, because of the first mention of it. So you can get either one for $7, or you can get this little bundle of just these two for $10. Okay, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to load the EA app. And hopefully I can get some people to come watch before they start doing their own things. Yeah. Or some new people. I was going to start at 140, just because that's what it was when at 132 I selected 140, but then I was changing the like tags and whatever. Oh, really? Okay, let me make sure that. All right. I'm gonna really quick block y'all from seeing that, just in case it's showing any of my payment information or whatever. All right. Okay. Okay, we got some extra stuff because of that. What do we get? Is this the extra content? What's... It probably says it on the... Okay, we're probably getting these extra things or something. No, that's... I'm assuming we get these extra things, although maybe that's the stuff from the event. I mean, what do I... Is it giving extra things? I don't know. Is it giving extra things or is it just cheaper? I can't... Wait, here. Available for a limited time are the piano, the gazebo, and the bassinet. Limited time. Okay, so that must have been... But because I ordered the bundle, I get these. All right. Okay. So that being said, like I said, my goal for today is to set up the school. We're going to set up the school, and then we're going to set up the closet slash storage room. Okay, I've already bookmarked that one. So I don't think we're going to ever be able to do that. I want to go to her thing and get the thing. It's the same damn one again. So I have to... Well, we'll bookmark this for now. View more publications, I'm guessing. I'm getting really tired of landing on the version with this though, because I don't know what is Patreon foreign. Patreon, is that like a foreign site always? Because I'm getting a little tired of the freaking Spanish. I'd like to figure out how to get to the English version or switch it to English. But if I can't do that, I can't do it, I guess. what is it called? Well, then I guess it's not on there, because I got, you know, it says freaking Glam Salon on it. Here we go again. Takes me to their site, but not to the freaking thing I'm looking at. You gotta get off of here, or else you're gonna get pissed and you're not gonna do what you tried to do today. I don't want to build a fucking merino home. I want freaking wigs. It's great that you got pictures of that. Can I get the wigs? I just want the wigs. I don't want the whole house. Screw it. Yeah, why they gotta do this to me? So this is probably using this from whoever made this. No fucking link. There's no link. I'm sorry, folks. I'm trying so hard to not be like this. I just want to do this story and not get in these bad moods. But this is the whole thing why I have not used custom content all this time. I go to look for something, I find what I want, and can't get the thing. Either there's a language barrier or something, or behind a paywall, or and these days, yeah, I could throw a couple of dollars at something, but for the past several years, I couldn't. I can't. It's frustrating me. I'm getting tired of it. Now we're, 40 minutes into me playing this, or whatever it is. You know, and now I've used up a lot of energy, and I'm frustrated. All that creative energy I had being hyped up to start the episode and build something, and it zaps it from me. You know, it's like I have all day to do things, but I feel like I'm running out of time. I can't just relax, and I need to just relax. So, in yesterday's shortened episode, or short 2-hour episode, 3-hour episode, I came into The Sims and I aged down my two main characters from young adult to teen for the purpose of also adding in some more teenagers from high school. So, and I had them come over, and they're all part of the cheerleading team. So they were back here doing cheerleading stuff. I made a club. In the meantime, our other main character, Charlie, because this is the other main character, Joanna Delaney, that lives in this fancy house, and her mother is the landlord of this apartment house, which is basically the same house, only run down, not maintained. The paint on the shutters is faded. The siding has been weathered. They changed out the fancy staircases and all that with not so fancy stairs. Speaking of which, Now, given that this is Willow Creek, and I always think of Willow Creek as being Louisiana or Gulf Coast. This could be a town where Katrina hit, and when they came back to the area, she got her house fixed back up. Or, here's an idea. They were wealthier, and perhaps they didn't live here. They were property owners of at least these 3 houses. Now, I'm not going to go in there and mess with that one necessarily. We'll just pretend it. But you know, what I can do later is go back in here, like in a separate save file or whatever, take this lot down to just this house, and then paste this house on other lots. Yeah, I might do that. But maybe the Delaney's were real estate people or property owners, and they owned a lot of these smaller houses in the Willow Creek area. And then when Katrina hit, a lot of these homes got water damaged and whatnot. And perhaps the Delaney's lost a lot of money and had to sell the house they were living in. And so they came here and took this house here, which was less damaged, and fancied it up, and then turned the other houses into apartment houses. And then Joanna started at new schools and whatnot, and became popular and got on the cheerleading team, while maybe the Camarillos were displaced and had to move back, and then move back to Louisiana from the temporary places they were living, like San Antonio or whatever, wherever they had the FEMA shelters and trailers and whatnot. But they ended up settling in this upper floor apartment after they had turned these into apartment buildings. And her mother got a job as a waitress, and her father is still a long-haul trucker, and he's not home very much because of it. And an example of that, there's a guy I watch on YouTube, his channel's called Ride Along Gang. He's like basically trucking every day back and forth from one place to another. He'll be like, go all the way to like Orlando, Florida area, pick up a load, drive it all the way out to Albuquerque, Texas, then get a load from somewhere, take it over to Philadelphia area, Then from there, take one to Arkansas. Like, that's what it's like. And I see that. I see that as usual. My laptop on the other side. I saw buffering. So. Anyway, but so he's gone for like weeks at a time. Now these days you at least have social media and cell phones and video FaceTimes and all that. But he's gone for quite a while, and then he'll go home for like a week for Easter or Mother's Day or something. And sometimes he doesn't even stay out the whole week that he's trying to be off. You know, like for Christmas. He was going to be gone for like 2 weeks, and then next thing you know, he pops up like only a week later, and he's already out on the road again. So when I say her father is a long-haul trucker, that's what I mean. We don't have his character made yet, because unless we need to, he's not around. If I make him sooner than later, then I'm going to end up playing the truck game. And they don't have an event for it, as far as I know. Let me check that. See, I don't think they're doing a World of Trucks event for this, because they were putting those on hold. Anyway, they had a post a while back about because normally when the new pack releases, they do a World of Trucks event where you're supposed to drive to like, they'll have like a minimum of 10 cities if a state's got more than that, where you have to go to or from that many cities and be at least 100 miles of a trip. And we've done some of those for the past several packs. You know, at least like the last 4 packs I've done the thing right away because I was able to. You know, they do events for like the holidays too, and like for breast cancer and stuff like that. But Right, okay, here we go. Over the years, World of Trucks events have become a very special part of the thing. We will be taking a temporary pause from running the events. So, yeah. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I'm just showing where they said this. So, that was a month ago they said that. So, that takes the pressure off of... I bought the game, but I don't have to jump into the game. I don't... However, let's just do it. No, let's not, because you're in The Sims. See? You almost did it. You almost went in there. You just can't resist, can you? Basically, I'm trying to show that, like, the paint's faded or washed off type thing. I think I get the idea. No, I don't think you do. You are now in contempt of court. Would you like to go for 2 counts? Yeah, that's not going to work. We're going to have to move the stairs. Because I need to be able to put this down there. Um, Alright, we need to have some more plain Jane type, Alright, we need to get rid of the fancy archway. Because that's just the way Mama Delaney is. She'd rather sell this and get money for it and put up a plain archway. Because somebody will buy that. Have they mastered the bedroom yet? What? How do you... I mean, because you'd have to somehow put up something to... You gotta get this staircase back here behind a door that locks. But in the meantime, the people going upstairs... I mean, I could have it where they come in through the back door and go upstairs. And that would make sense. Because otherwise, it's like you got the neighbors walking through your hallway. Yeah, nobody goes in there. Until we put actual neighbors in here, down here. I could even do the for rent thing and put somebody down there, but I don't want to deal with the whole noise complaints and crap right now. I mean, I suppose if I were to move the toy chest, well, it's not supposed to be a toy chest, but it was her toy chest. But, it could be a shared bathroom. You just gotta knock. Knock, knock. You in there, Mom? Or they could somehow get their own bathrooms, but that'd be a little extravagant for what the Delaney's are doing. you know, they're not providing that. Anyway, I don't know if anybody's watching or not at the moment, but if you are, welcome. Or maybe somebody's watching in the future. If you got past my throwing my fit earlier, you know, thank you. Oh, dummy. Didn't we move this already? And that gets rid of the window. So I doubt anybody can hear it, but if you are at all hearing any loud thumpings or anything, there is in the backyard they're making a new concrete deck and messing with the pool or something, so I can barely hear it. I'm just hearing it. Thankfully, I this is a very soundproof basement room. I'm just hearing some thumping. It is probably really loud up there, and but you know, I am, you know. And the other thing is, we have like when I used to let the dog out behind the house, one of the houses over there. There's somebody every day using circular saws and stuff, and I'm really thankful that I can't hear any of that. I can't hear when there's a thunderstorm. I can't hear when there's fireworks. You know, thankfully, I don't know if my dog was. I don't remember if he was sensitive to that stuff or not. Come to think of it, I think he was a little bit. Then again, I'm also kind of thinking of my other dog before that. They'd always, but I think Buddy was a little bit one to wanna go hide somewhere and get under something, and but being down here, none of that ever bothered him. He and I am thankful for that. At least for these last few years, he wasn't bothered by any of that stuff. And I feel for y'all that have dogs and have to deal with the loud noises and fireworks and crap. The inconsiderate people who just have to blast those fireworks when it's not even a holiday or not even a weekend or the middle of the night let off an M80 or, cherry bomb or whatever. So, and I can only imagine how some of the dogs that I know of act. I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure there's. Anyway, I'm sure. I'm sure there's some dogs that have problems. What's with? Will you give me the damn wallpaper I'm trying to have? Every time I think I put the stuff up, it's like not there. All right, Robert. We'll just leave that alone. It's 4:32. Okay, west is over there. So if she were to have something floral on the, she might want it. I don't know. Will this be a good place to have it unless it's in the corner here? Pretty much have to put something here to get some sunlight for it. Oh, it's got to be on it. Well, what else can we have that looks kind of... I don't use trees very much, so I figure... Because they get in the way of the front of the house. We've got trees here that have to disappear, but... Okay, this is a no-no. We're not having people coming over here kicking the damn can. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to get my coffee warmed up and stuff. Okay, I am back. So, had a little bit of some thoughts there. The downstairs apartment is completely empty and nobody's living there. Since this is on the ground floor, where the flood was able to get at it, a lot of the stuff down here was deemed unsalvageable. So, nobody has rented this yet, and Mrs. Delaney keeps making excuses about it. It's being fixed up. I'm just waiting on the crew has had delays. I'm having trouble getting a reliable crew to get in there to, you know. This could be from like their scraping the walls. Somebody might have started, or I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. We got the gist of the story there. That she's actually. This is from them fixing this up enough to put these stairs in. She got this far with it. They made sure that the upstairs was still livable, but she had them fix up the downstairs area here enough so that and as far as I know, they probably just came in here with like kills stain cover primer thing and painted over the damn mold with it. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's just paint splotches from getting a. She might have even done it herself, you know? Just gone in there and like. Or had her, like her gardener or something, go over there and put this on them walls. All right. Alright, so this is what we get with the kit. An oil painting, a grand wall mirror, some draperies, a really big gazebo. That's annoying. When they don't, like, you can't just... I mean, I could use Alt and do it, but it just, you know, I shouldn't have to. Okay, we get one wallpaper thing. One fence. Okay. They have it pre-built for you. I forgot the Tiger game was early. I hope we're winning when I turn this on. Damn it. So we're losing and it's late innings. No, not in there. Alright. I can't listen to that. You know, it's too distracting. I mean, they're down by like, it's 5-0 in like the 8th inning, and I don't want to listen to that right now. I was doing fine without it, and I'm not going to listen to that ball game. Alright, but we have the downstairs apartment is not available yet. Well, or it's, nobody lives there. So the story is that because this is Willow Creek and it's Gulf Coast area, the story is that this is the Gulf Coast area and it's been through Katrina. This house here got the worst of it in this neighborhood. Other houses have been fixed up. This house survived and got fixed up. What happened is that the Delaney's owned these properties and did not live here. These were all nice houses like this one, all furnished. This one was like that. But Katrina hit, or hurricane, flooding, whatever. This house got flooded on the inside. Now, it didn't get all the way to the upper floor, but, and heck, I could even redo it so that it looked like that on the bottom here, like these shaped houses, but floor rooms. But I'm not gonna bother with that right now. But she took a big financial hit. I'm not sure if her husband's still alive or not. But you know, something with the insurance didn't come through, or some, you know, because a lot of people they didn't have the quote flood insurance or whatever for saving their houses and getting insurance money and all that. And she might not have had the right kind, and ended up having to sell off some of the other properties just to get some money. Maybe she had properties in another neighborhood. But it got so bad that the house she was living in, she could no longer afford. She's just a sort of rich person now, and was able to come here, get this house fixed up, or moved her stuff into it. And she and her daughter, Joanna, moved in here with intent to fix up her remaining properties, including this one. They got this one barely livable because the walls are still faded, and maybe the water did come up here, but didn't stay long. It might have washed the paint a little bit, but didn't ruin the floors. But down here, it still needs a lot of work. And for whatever reason, maybe she just can't afford it right now. But the Camarillos were coming back to Louisiana, or moved here, or whatever the case may be, but they moved in to this upper apartment. Now that this is an apartment building, they took this apartment, not able to afford much more. And Nadine here has been dragging her feet with getting any repairs done. So it's a slum apartment, pretty much. And all that she had done was some second-rate person or somebody that didn't know what the hell they were doing came in here and got this staircase installed, put up this wall and changed all the doors and stuff, and got all the good fixtures out of the building that were salvageable. And then did a piss poor job of just putting some stain killer, kills or something on the walls, and left the dirty mess on the floor, the paint chips and splatters. And over time, they've been like stomped into the floor. But when Robin and Charlie come home, they use this back door so that they can't go into these people's apartment. If these people ever move in. But she has not fixed this up yet. This is is empty, abandoned, whatever you want to call it. They've replaced all the lighting fixtures with just plain bulbs, pretty much. Just these plain sconces, or whatever you call them. So yeah, that kind of helps establish the story even more. I'm still not set on a particular year yet, but it's after Katrina. So maybe this could be 2008, just like the other story, because that would have been after Katrina, and a few years later where some things have started to settle back in, and time for these houses to be repaired. The people that actually had insurance payout and all that, and they fixed up their places, or the people that had money that wanted to come down here and settle Louisiana after it rebuilt did so. Yeah, because this is an island. It's an island, so it's quite easy to, or it's a peninsula. But it's fairly easy to say that this thing got flooded. Yeah, but what about Bob and Eliza? What about them? They're living with a ghost, I believe. They had to leave town and move somewhere else. Well, so that means the other ones would have to move too. No, the Goss have money. They came back and fixed up their house. They just took in the pancakes. I think that's what we have going on. I mean, how can you resist pancakes? Pancakes are good. Heck, you could eat a hamburger on a pancake. You know, two pancakes, hamburger. You know, it's like a McGriddle's, only you're eating a hamburger. You know, you don't have to have the syrupy one. You could just use it as bread. Yeah, I like that story. So that could easily be explaining why Joanna was in town long enough to become friends with the popular crowd. Um, um, you know, and then Charlie moved to town, the new girl, the shy girl, the tomboy, and nobody was nice to her. So while we're on that subject, being in town here, am I set on the school location being in San Sequoia, or do I want to bring that to New Crest or Magnolia or I mean, I don't necessarily want to put it backing up to the fancy fountains, but this could be a decent spot to put it. It's a big enough lot also. How big is this? 40, 30? Yeah. Yeah, and it's like the trolley thing goes by here. So that could be one way that uh, um, Charlie takes the trolley, gets on the trolley somewhere near her place, and is able to travel the trolley to get here. The Charlie trolley? Yeah, the Charlie trolley. Okay. Yeah. What other neighborhoods have this? I think the one up, well, the one where the Goths are at up there in Park Shore has it. And then Magnolia Promenade has it. Well, would you still be calling it Sequoia Beauty School? What if that's a rival school? Or a different one? Or, I don't know. Did we build anything yet? I think the only thing you built so far was you put the tables down with the laptops to remind yourself of that. That's 40-30. Yep. Yeah, I put a few things down the other day to remind myself. This is these tables touching each other, but you can't put the laptops on them. But I did. I believe I tested these chairs with somebody sitting in them. Now they don't. You can't click on the chair and say sit in them, but if you have two people chatting with each other, they will sit down in these chairs if there's none other available. So what I'll probably do is put a regular stool next to this chair, or just pull these chairs out when they're working on a mannequin or each other. All right, so let me do this really quick. Let's just take a screenshot. And then that's 30-20. Let me see what it's like over here. Now the trolley thing goes over here and over here. I think actually it goes over here and then loops around. Yeah, it goes around like this and then dead ends. So I don't want to get rid of this per se. Then again, keep in mind that you're talking about the whole Katrina thing. Some of these businesses might have went out of business. And left the buildings standing. Let's go in there. Let's see the size of it. Yeah, that's 40-30. Let's go in there and see if I want to use this building. It is kind of big, but... Well, it could be part cosmetology school, part something else. Like, the second time I went to school, the shop, it was in a strip plaza, a big one, and Cosmetology School was here. There was a shoe store here. Sally Beauty was right next to us, and then the strip went that way. It went both ways. It was a big, giant L-shaped, uh, but but this has an upper floor, so. I mean, we could do a thing where there's classrooms upstairs and they come down to the quote performance floor. That's what at the second school we called it the performance floor, where we did the public's hair. You go out there and you perform your skills, you practice them, put on the show. In theory, no, that's the practical application. You go out there and you do it. Yeah, you could do it in theory. No, you do it for real. there ain't no maybe to it. You get out there and you do it, or you don't stay in school. Oh, okay. Maybe we do have a clothing store still here. Maybe. Let me see. Because that way I haven't done anything to it for real. But we don't have to. We're not restricted to. I can redo the inside of the building and keep it as is, or you could turn this into a parking lot. I agree. You want to borrow one? See if anybody else is clever enough. I'm gonna be very surprised if we don't have that available. $40.20. Get rid of the really, really fancy car. I do kind of like that idea, though. Have the classrooms upstairs. Yeah. Magnolia Beauty School. Well, you know, hey, steel magnolias and all. If you ain't seen either version of that, I haven't seen the I haven't seen the newer version, but I've seen the Dolly Parton one. Shelby. Yeah. What is this for? It makes you pretty. You know, in all my years, when I don't mean to say it, but it's like seeing that scene where he's dipping in the hair wax and like, what the hell is this for? She's like, it makes you pretty. It's like, I never, I thought I'll never. That's one reason why I'll never get through school or never do that job or. Because that's, you know, removing people's hair, that's disgusting or something. It really, my perspective back then was different. You know, it's I don't want to have to mess with their eyes. I don't want to have to do the freaking brows. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to glue on I really don't want to mess around with like false eyelashes and stuff because I don't want to be near their eyes. You know, you sneeze, you slip, anything. Stop buffering. But just, I never wanted to do that stuff. But I changed when I went back to the second school after all of them years. By then I was 38 years old. And I was hungry. My passion had been reignited. And I was hell or high water determined to just go with the flow. Learn it. You don't have to do it when you get out of school, but learn it. And like with pedicures, what I realized is the people who are going for a pedicure, even if it's March and they're just now getting their feet out of the boots that they've had on all winter and all that, and you assume they haven't had haven't bathed their feet in all that time, and these are the people who are trying to not be gross. They're coming to get their feet taken care of or their hands taken care of. And if they sit in that chair not knowing what student they're going to get, and they're rolling the dice themselves, and they don't throw a fit when it's me who's going to do their pedicure. You're like, I don't want this creepy guy touching my feet or any of that. If they're not going to do that, if they put that foot out and say, you know, wash it and give it a nice massage and put some polish on, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take care of them. And I found out that I enjoyed doing that. Had I had any confidence in being able to do nail art and mess with all that stuff, I would have gone into nails and stuck with it and had that as, and I tried a few times to get the service going on my own. Our salon that I went to was just we were just booth renters and nobody was doing nails. We didn't have a manicure chair. But a couple of times I would get somebody to come in and I'd use a portable foot bath of some sort on a Sunday when usually nobody would come in except the one girl. But and I just turn one of the I'd turn the shampoo chairs around and do a pedicure back there, or bought myself a portable table for the manicures. But I was only offering nail polish. I was not going to offer the fancy stuff, because the problem is, when I went and got my nails done before I started school, and then went back out the next day to just kind of visit with them, because, I was trying to make a friend. And by went back out, I'm saying I drove from here all the way up to Flint area to do that, because reasons. But it's like, here she is. She's got the one girl next to her, or adult next to her, as like an apprentice, who's doing all the applying the fake nails, trimming them up, getting them ready, while she's sitting next to them doing all the nail art, taking like 2 to 4 hours to do these really fancy nails. And that client leaves, and then the next client moves over to get her nail art done, and then another one comes in to get prepped. But I'm there. I was like there all day, and not even like 20 minutes later, and somebody's calling back. Oh, it chipped already. Okay, get back here and I'll fix it. And that's when I was like, no, karma will not let me do that job without having that constantly happening to me. You're in the middle of trying to do something that takes 2 to 4 hours because it's really fancy and artistic, and people are chipping the damn thing before you can even get through the current customer. Now you're interrupting their time, and I don't want that backing up like that. What if you had 3 clients that day and all 3 of them go and chip the thing right away? They're coming in and interrupting the other one's appointment time. I can't have that. I can't have that kind of thing. That's if I was able to do the fancy artwork. It's one thing if people just want some artwork, but they want specific things. They want, like, same with cake decorating. Like, they want it to look like cars. They don't want you to put a red car on the thing and call it a Cars cake. They want the Disney cars. They want Lightning McQueen, not Shazbat McQueer. Not, I didn't mean McQueer, but They don't want you to just put a Hot Wheels car on there and call it a day. Their kid's gonna want something better. Their friends are all there, blah blah blah, because kids are spoiled. And it's, and I get it. If you don't spoil your kids, and it's like, that's like one of the few times you want to do something nice for them, and you go and try to get the fancy cake, and you end up with a piece of shit and disappoint your kid, I could see where you'd be upset. This game is so worthless. Can't do the simplest things. Just fill a shelf. Fill a shelf with something. It really frustrates me. Stop the buffering. Alright, you need to get rid of this stuff in here. How do you propose to do that? Well, the quickest way, do you really want to do that? Yeah, I think we'll save these bathrooms. Maybe I don't want to have to make huge bathrooms, damn it. I mean, in reality, the room would be about like this big. Probably. No. Why does there always got to be crap on the walls? Do you want to go with really fancy, or... I mean, what school are they going to? Are they going to one that was a little bit more fixed up like mine the second time, or the other way around? I mean, that's kind of fancy. Alright, we'll leave that as is for now. You know you wanted to make your own, right? Yeah, I know. You know you don't like reusing other lots. Yeah, I know. Alright, it's coffee time. Just can't keep them. Nope. I'll be right back. Well, buddy, I miss you, but I'm glad we don't have to go outside. no, I didn't eat one. What the hell is wrong with me? I didn't eat that last one. Dummy. Okay. Hey, Serena. Sorry I hit you. You came in while I was being an amateur pizza maker. It sounds like this is behind a little bit. Alright, I am here now. So, anybody that missed earlier, we're going with the post-Katrina theme. We are in the Gulf Coast area between Willow Creek and Newcrest and Magnolia. Is pretty much the Gulf Coast. So, I flipped this around, but the roadstead here was abandoned after Katrina. And I'm thinking that this, I'm going to rebuild this or whatever, and the school will be here. Yeah, a few months back, I work for a grocery store that's a chain. Sounds like Ogre. And a few months back, they brought it. They started having the store brand little 2 deep dish pizzas, because back then I wasn't gonna pay for like the name brands. And they're good, they're okay, but I wanted to give the Red Baron a try. So, and the Red Baron are a little better. And I got to thinking, you know, the way the prices keep going up on everything, $4 for a 2-pack of Red Baron little pizzas ain't that much. Especially if all I eat is those and not something else. You know. Because when I buy other things, it's like, okay, well, I got to have something else with it. And that causes the money to go up, because first you paid $2 for the one thing, or $3 for the one thing, and then the other thing was $1.50 or $2, and then the other you know, and it just for the past several years, up until recently, I've been living on, like, me and my dog have been living on about $7 a day for food. And slowly over time, that buys less and less. You know, trying to live on burritos every day. You know, because, oh, they're still only 50 cents each. Oh, now they're only 60 cents each. Oh, now they're only 70 cents each. When everything else is at least $1 or more each. The hot dogs, you can't get hot dogs cheap anymore. You can't, you know, just... Anyway. But, now that I've been away from doing the salon stuff for almost 2 years, I've been paying. I paid off my Cosmoprof and Salon Centric credit cards. I've got a 1,000 and a few dollars left on my student loan from Cosmetology School. You know, so I've had money to buy all the Sims 4 packs. Because I'm not spending it on hair products. But anyway, that's kind of freed up my regular credit cards, which have also increased their credit limits because I've been being so good on the other ones, to use those for food. So it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna keep paying off everything else, and I'm still kind of paying down every time the bill comes. I'm paying more than the bill says. So I just, my main problem is I can't afford my own place. So, credit cards don't pay the rent. I work full-time at a grocery store, and I can't get my own place. So, I mean, even if I were to pay off the credit cards and all that, I still don't make enough money to get my own place. If it was 10 years ago when I was looking to get my own place, yeah, I'd have, $2,000 a month would be plenty to go get my own place. But when the apartments cost that much now, that doesn't leave any money for utilities or anything else, or food. And I don't want to go to DHS or whatever and ask for help. I've been trying to let other people do that, the ones that really need it. I've been trying to not need it. It's like, okay, when I finally get kicked out of here, and when they finally had enough of me and kicked me out, then I'll have to go do what I have to do. But, I want to make it on my own, damn it. I was supposed to make it on my own being a hairdresser, but no, that didn't work out. So anyway, the whole point of leaving that lot. Damn it. I meant to go in so I could talk about the characters. Enough about me. And yes, thank you. All right. So back here, we have Robin Camarillo, the mother, and currently I aged him down to a teen yesterday. Charlie Camarillo and the neighbor Joanna Delaney and her mother Nadine. Nadine is a snob, materialistic, perfectionist, domestic. Likes knitting and cross-stitch. Well, they haven't gone to school yet. We still have like the 2 days till we can go, but I gave them all. She's on the cheerleading team, and I moved in the cheerleaders so they could know each other. So now I made mothers for all these 3 girls, but then I moved them in here. So here, let's do it this way. Her mother, Kendall. So Kendall is a party animal, unflirty, cringe. I did not pick that. The game gave that to. Well, I guess because I clicked random on the to give them traits and then changed them, or I don't know, whatever. That's her mother. She is the insider, mean, and teen aspiration, relatable. I've not really played the teens before, so that's kind of new to me. I don't think I've gone to the high school with a teen yet in Copperdale. I went there with Jocelyn, but she's a young adult. We were just visiting. We have Kelly Lancaster. She's self-absorbed, loyal. I did not give her the mean. She's also relatable. Then there's Dallas. Self-absorbed, mean Dallas. That's that. That's what. Okay, the aspiration. That's why they're not different. Okay, she's the drama llama. Okay, she's drama llama. Kelly is an admired icon. Wants to be a trendsetter. She's a hot gossip. Wants drama all the time. Monique is the live fast. No rules. Our main character, Joanna, she wants to be an entrepreneur. And apparently that stuck with her when I aged her down. So, that's cool. Nobody knows that about her, but that's what she wants. That's why she's going to go to beauty school, because she wants to open a salon someday or something. Her mother doesn't know that. Her mother's not going to like it. Let's see. I gave main character Charlie the Renaissance thing because she don't know what she wants to be. She's a tomboy. You know, maybe she wanted to be a truck driver like her dad. We haven't made her dad, but her dad is a long haul truck driver. He's out of the picture, except a few weeks a year. The DLC for Illinois came out today, but I bought it, but I did not load it. So, at some point we will load that up. At some point in the next few weeks we will load that, but I'm trying to stick with this. So the story goes, since this is Gulf Coast area, possibly New Orleans, possibly apparently there's city on all over the place here. But so the story goes, the Delaney's are property owners. They used to own these properties. And the properties at the time were like this nice house. Then Katrina or a hurricane flooded the area. This house, these other houses were not badly damaged. But this one, they might have, like, sandbagged these other ones, but this one, they didn't quite have time to get it. And the flood at least got this entire first floor. Now, it didn't get bad enough to where the structure is weak, but everything's all moldy and bad, and nobody has rented this apartment yet because Nadine has not gotten it ready. She had issues with getting insurance claims and all that. And I think what I'm saying is she lost a few of these properties and somebody else took them over. They were living in a fancier home somewhere else, but they moved into this one. And then when they moved to town, that's when Joanna went to the new school. Stop buffering. Stop buffering. You do this to me every time. Every time I've got somebody watching for a change, it's like, let's buffer. Anyway, they moved into this fancy one. Joanna started going to a new school, a more public school, but she was accepted by the other snobby kids. She was athletic, into fashion, all that. She was rich, and still has plenty of money to. Stop the buffering, please. Every time I got one of these long days, it's got to pick a certain time and just start buffering all the kingdom come. Until I have to end the episode. I don't know if it's buffering for anybody else. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything about it. In the meantime, my food's sitting here getting cold. I don't know why I bother. Why do I bother making food when I can't eat it? Knowing I wasn't going to eat it right away. But anyway, she moved to town, became popular, joined the cheerleading team. She's probably on the basketball team, maybe volleyball too. All that stuff. Her mother thinks she's going to get a sports scholarship, so even though they're struggling with money, she has high hopes that the daughter's still going to go to college. And then they got this was turned into an apartment building. Maybe it was before, I don't know, but The flood did not really get up here as much. It might have gotten in here and maybe washed the paint off the walls a little bit, but then it receded. Nadine, being a cheapskate, wanting the money all for herself, just had somebody coming in here just to put this wall up, replace the staircase, put a lock on this door so that they have to come in the back door to get to their apartment. This is paint drippings and whatnot from putting like Kills primer on the walls to hide the stains, the mold, whatever. Then they fixed this up enough, maybe did the same thing but just different colors of it, of the paint. So nobody lives in the downstairs right now. And unless Nadine puts some money into it, nobody will. But Robin and Charlie and Daddy probably came back here after losing their place from the hurricane. After being, it's a few years later, like maybe 2008 again, when people have started moving back in the area. They come back so that, maybe Charlie was going to school in the area before and wanted to come back here. I don't know. But, or maybe it is a new school to her. Or maybe the friends she did have in elementary school and such did not return yet. And only people that have come back are like, when these things have been fixed up and rebuilt and whatever, richer people have been moving in. Because, let's go save the Gulf Coast and all that. But it's people that have money. Oh, gee, thank you, EA, for telling me I bought the thing. If that's what that is. No, it's one of these health insurance people texting me. Guess what? You don't get an opt-out. I just block your butt. Don't contact me. I didn't ask you to contact me. Don't contact me. If I want to do something about health insurance, I'll do it. I can get it through work. I'm lazy. Not only that, but it takes money out of my check. Anyway, again, I'm not going to start talking about that. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. But yeah, that's what it is. They moved here, and now that she's going to high school and all that, she doesn't have her friends. These other cheerleader types or whatever all pick on her, and Joanna does it too, just so she doesn't lose face. So they're rivals, even though they don't have to be. But Charlie is shy and gets bullied. And I did a little bit of that yesterday. Charlie came around the corner and they were all standing out here, and they made it a point to go confront her and do insults and stuff. So while they were out here doing their cheerleading stuff, she just happened to be in here looking that way, watching them. And I moved the bathroom in here because having it there meant that, you know, where was I going to put it down here? Block the back door. And then I'm like, well, I can't have this be a public hallway because the people over here are going over here. We're not going to have people walking back and forth in their hallway. So this door is locked for everyone. This one is their door. They can come in here. And then I locked this one so that I think I locked them out. Yeah, these two are not allowed in this house. And you know what? While we're at it, that's locked for everyone now. Okay, you know what? Let's do this the simple way. I didn't mean to do that. So is it still locked for... Okay, she cannot get in.
New beam. Sure.
All right. They chased her. Hey, Potato. This apartment is abandoned because of Katrina. This one has a bathroom. It's an upper and lower floor apartments. They have their own bathroom at their house. Yeah. So the Delaney's live in this one that's still fancy. They're the landlords. The Camarillos moved into this upper apartment. The whole floor is theirs. The back door is their front door. This is still needing repair after Katrina. And I have buffering, so if it's buffering, I can't fix it. But, so, in yesterday's episode, I aged the Charlie and can't. Whoa! Don't let time go by. That was her mother. Charlie and Joanna. One of these days, I'm going to remember my main characters. I aged them down to teen, added the other teens and their mothers to another lot. Then I moved the teens into this lot so that Joanna and Charlie could interact with them before we ever go to high school, if we do. But this is, the prequel of the four popular girls picking on the poor girl. So, what are your feelings about everybody else? You've actually got an okay bit with her. So maybe that's more of a neutral, but I don't know what you're doing with her heel, but you're liking those two. So, yeah, we got two mean ones. She's not mean. And then she's not mean. But, they're typical popular girls. The whole self-absorbed, loyal, relatable. I chose the teen thingies for them. And then their mothers are living in another lot right now. Her mother is Lucille Lancaster, non-committal, romantic, materialistic, romance enthusiast. It doesn't say her, but I think I picked the serial romantic or whatever for her. Monique's mother is Kendall. Dallas is the really mean one. She's mean, self-absorbed. She likes pranks and deception and malicious and all that, and gossip and. She's the first one I made. I think I made Dallas, then I made Monique, then I made Kelly. I mean, just kind of random and all that, and just, okay, alright, they're this color, that color. So we're done with this part. I mean, for now, as far as explanation, but I'm going back to. I was gonna put the school in San Sequoia, but I decided nope, because I'm gonna do this Katrina thing. We're in Promenade, Magnolia. I put a parking lot down. I flipped this around. And as part of the abandoned Louisiana theme, I'm going to redo the inside of this The school's gonna... This may be like more than one thing down here, but the quote performance floor where all the services happen will be down here, and up here I will put classrooms. Well, so far no complaints. Let me see if I can... You know, if I just build walls, I should be able to get rid of them cross-beam things. Unless that's down there. That might be down there. Do, 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 do. Okay, good. It didn't get rid of the out. Yeah, it did get rid of that. Stop doing that stuff. Why's it got to do that? Why? Why you do that? You're killing my mojo. Don't be a mofo. Why for you be mofo? Be less fo. Don't do that no more OS. What, you gonna use your skills on me? I do something. Why are you fronting? I'm fronting because I'm centering. You know, front and center. Oh, okay. Hey, I watched Napoleon Dynamite. I know how to fight. Here. Let's just do that. And kill all the birds with all the other birds. That's not how that works. Oh yeah, you're right. Sometimes they involve stones or something. Now, are we keeping the balcony? What? You asking if Freebird can fight? I don't know. I don't know if she watched Napoleon Dynamite. Dang it, now my pizza's cold. It's not as good as Pocket Tots, you know? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't actually have Pocket Tots. I ain't gonna let them get there. No. Just the ones that, you know, in the analogy, you know. You know, you gotta kill them with kindness. That's why I wasn't using the stones. You don't use actual stones no more. It's like you know, I don't know, throw cute dogs at her or something. You know, bug her with the pugs. I don't know. Give her a pug. Give her too many pugs to handle. Yeah, I think we can go with the themes. As much as I don't want to remove it, we can go with the themes that the balcony got unsafe, and so they removed it. Yeah, that's alrighty. Thanks for dropping by. Getting me to recap. Yeah. Nothing like actually having a reason to recap, you know? And not just talking to myself. I don't always get the, you know, it's like I intend to start the episode with that, but you know, it doesn't always happen. I mean, there's a lot of times where I go to start the episode and other things happen right away. Are you blaming anything or anyone? No. We're not blaming. No. We don't blame. It's not Bird's fault either. Are we going to leave the tree? Yeah, let's leave the tree. I like the whole Steel Magnolias vibe. Well, while we're at it. Now, I don't know if I'll keep this or not, but I was thinking of doing my little deep dive thingy here. Why you gotta do that, damn it? I asked the special. God, just. I asked for Louisiana, not my home. Assholes. Oh well. Somebody wants to find out where I live, they have to watch my episode. How far are we in here? Yeah. They gotta be at the 3:35-ish mark or whatever to find that. Good luck to y'all. Alright. No, I said here. You want to go with this or coastal? Well, what I want is what I want, what they want. Whatever every guy that came over here and spilled his guts and gave everything he had wants. See if I can get one of these that'll actually look. I can actually look inside at some point. Probably because I got the Sims open. I'm gonna end up crashing my computer doing this. God damn it! No, no. Because now you're looking at my area. I just wanted to get a look inside of some of these, that's all. Wow, they do the whole scrubs thing. Like my first school did. I don't know what I hoped to do, but I wanted to look inside. How about we look at that one? Here I go, faffing around again. No, they don't want you to look at the school on the inside. They want you to schedule a tour. Can I schedule a tour even though I, you know, already have a license somewhere? Yeah, I'm thinking about not attending your school. Can I have a tour? Can I waste your time? Well, ask and you shall receive. Aw, damn it. No. Don't make me click stuff. No. Screw you. Get my hopes up like that. Stop. First of all, if you like pina coladas, getting caught in the rain. I've never had a pina colada. I'm not much into health food. I am into champagne. Those are the disposable foot bath things where you can they have plastic liners that you can buy at the supply store. Um, they're basically $1 per liner, so in order to get 100 of them, it's $100 or $50 or for 50 or but so it kind of unless you're actually going to use them, it's kind of cost prohibitive. But did you know originally it was something about if you like Humphrey Bogart. Lucy, you never fail. Ooh, the laundry room. My video pops up. Uh, I just wanted to click on some Louisiana thing and get a tour and maybe do that. And I'm kind of, that's Spokane, Washington. I don't know why I'm bothering. I'm probably going to make my own anyway, but I just, I wanted to give it a chance. New from Canner. Well, speaking of be right back, I'm going to go warm this pizza back up and such. So, I will be right back. Be right back, but that's from the other series. Yeah, I know. If I make the year 2008, we can combine the series. It's just different place. Hey, maybe what's her face? Cassandra, she lives in Willow Creek. Maybe she's from this area. Claire Huron, I said, was from Willow Creek. So, who knows what I'll do. The bare necessities of life. It's just the bare necessities. You stick your bare feet in the somewhat warm water. It didn't quite get all that hot, but it's hotter than it was. And I can see YouTube is falling behind again, because it is. Alright. Get back on in here. Where will the stairs be? Let me guess, I'm not going to be able to put these behind the... Well... Because the frickin' cabinets are there. Yeah. Because they need to be able to stand at the mirror and do their stuff. Alright, that'll work. Do I like that, or do I want something else? I don't know, do you? Why are you asking me? Well, I was hoping to get a little bit of support from you. You want support, buy a bra. You know, this, unless you're adding a mirror to this is pointless. Unless there's a mirror that goes with it that we don't have, but that's, you know, in the mirror section. You know, I'm really tired of things like this. They're worthless. It's like you barely. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's lighting up the room. Okay, never mind. It's better than I thought. But a lot of times they barely light anything up. And you light up my life. You give me hope to carry on. Well, I guess we have no choice but to leave the door facing the other way. Otherwise, people might get confused. You mean out here is the bathroom? Yeah. Men and women are allowed out here. In here, no humans. You mean if you do it this way? Yeah. Humans can be out there, but they can't be in here. Maybe we should put a picture of a dog on one side. Yeah, that's right. That's where you take your dog. It's a grooming school and beauty school. See, now this is why I don't do food reviews. It would be unfair of me to do a review of this Red Baron little mini pizza because I've already microwaved it for 5 minutes and then microwaved it again for another 30 seconds. And now I'm finally eating one. You know. That's not fair. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here we are different colored lights, damn it. I was just thinking, if I remember correctly, I was mentioning the other day that before I started my Cosmetology School journal on Blogger, and before I started school the second time, I believe I found somebody else's journal that went to a Regency school, and I think they were in Louisiana. I didn't. No, what? God damn it. I want to search frickin'. Fucking stupid goddamn bullshit. Just, I don't want to search mine. Just get out of here. Just. Why? Why do I bother trying? Why do I bother trying? All this frickin' AI crap can't do the frickin' Google search results like they used to. Makes things they were always so easy. You could find what you wanted. No, I can't win. Let's do this. keep in mind, yeah, we're going to have two different setups for this. If they're working on the mannequins, we will take a room out of the basement or out of the inventory of rooms. We will place that down. If they're not working on a mannequin, they'll be sitting in the chairs. The question is, and I doubt it will happen, because this one pulls in and this one doesn't. I don't think we can just have somebody sitting in here working on a laptop. It won't work. Now, before I get all overboard here, oh, that's right. I didn't do the custom content for that yet. I pretended that the keys from the event were shears. A tube of hair color. A tube of used hair color. Because that's what they come in. Okay, there's that. Because you got to bring your stuff to school. If it don't fit in your locker, you're going to have to haul it in from your car. Now, we didn't have all this stuff in school. I'm just, for the sake of being able to get through the story, there's going to need to be times when the teacher says, okay, we're all going to open our laptops or our tablets and we're going to Google XYZ. So that I can then go and look it up. Speaking of which, I want to go back to my blog, my journal. That was the classroom I was in, so let's, this is basically what I'm trying to make. These tables cranked up and down. When we went to do facials, we used these as our facial beds. Or if somebody wanted to do, get their leg waxed or whatever, they can lay on here. And we sat on these stools. Oh, hey, these are my, okay. I was looking for my MPAs. Okay. So when I'm looking at this, workshop means it's the workshop class or the first classroom. You had to do at least 11 of them in that class before you got to the next class. It's a lot of stuff that I would never have gotten done. They would have had to count something else as this at the old school. Because there was all the perms and roller sets And now I would have easily gotten perms and roller sets done, but at the other school, I did at least 20 when I was there, not counting mannequins. At least I'm pretty sure I did. Okay, I believe I left off the nail stuff on this one. Oh, wait, no, there it is. So I had to do 50 artificial nails in class because we didn't offer it as a service. That's where the famous picture of the cornmeal glove is. You fill a glove with cornmeal and tie it off, and then you glue a bunch of nails to it in order to get your 50 done. Because we don't have 50 mannequin hands. You had to do a combined a combined 85 of these two things, I believe. But you had to have at least 35 of the manicures and pedicures. Now, at this time, I had already had 3 because our first week of class was doing manicures and pedicures and learning about them. And I'm pretty sure I did, we probably did the pedicure once. I did a pedicure once on the other male student. That was my first time doing a pedicure. I never did one at the old school. I don't think we even offered pedicures at the old school. And then there was like either one on the mannequin hand, or I know I did at least one on another student, because I could still remember when she was giving me my hand massage, she was like squeezing so tight with that massage, it was like she was trying to move my damn bones. I don't know if that's the right way or not, but it was not fun. We had to have a total combined of had to have at least 5 facials, 5 hair removals, and 5 makeups. And then 25 of whatever. So it's at least 15, and then minimum 25 of any of it to get the 40 required. We had to have a total combined of, you had to have 15 relaxers, 15 permanent waves, and a total of, and then 50 of after that, doing either one, to reach at least 80. So every time we pulled out the mannequins and we were pretending to do the root touches of the relaxers, that would have counted, or doing the actual, like, virgin application. Anytime we rolled up a mannequin in perm rods. And that goes pretty quickly because there's like at least 3 different ways to wrap a perm. You do the standard one, I believe it's the 9 section. And then there's the the bricklay style, and then there's the spiral, and then there's piggyback, where you put somebody's long hair on 2 perm rods. So that's at least 4. Or more, if they had really long hair. Or let's say they had thick hair or something and you had to really thin out the sections. Thick being, you know, a lot of hair in one parting. You know, dense. Like a really, if their ponytail is really thick, they've got a lot of hair. So I'm going to, at the very least, copy this. Because I need to. Okay, so what is an MPA? Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Fry? Anybody want to say what an MPA is without Googling it? Minimum practical applications. When you go to cosmetology school, or other schools also, you have 2 parts to your learning. And you also have 2 parts to your state board test on different days. You have the practical, that's the doing, and then there's the theory, which is the learning out of the textbook of all the technical terms and the this and the that. You know, the learning the diseases, the parts of the nail, anatomy, you know, the chemicals, you know, the ammonium thioglycolate for perms, sodium hydroxide or lye for relaxers, the what is it, sodium hypochlorite for bleach. I believe that's bleach. Yep, sodium hypochlorite. Now, one of the things about, they always say don't mix perm with bleach or relaxer with bleach. If somebody's had their hair permed or relaxed, you don't want to highlight them with bleach or give them a bleach treatment. You know, you don't want to go blonde. The reason is they're both chemicals which eat hair. They anyway, if you look at a bottle of ingredients in There it is. Sodium hypochlorite, bleach, along with sodium hydroxide. Sodium hydroxide, or lye, is in a lot of hair relaxers. So, when we're talking about hair clogs at their worst, well, there you go. You mix lye with bleach and pour it down a drain, and you don't apply a neutralizer to it so that it eats the hair and dissolves it and breaks it up. Because when you're doing perms or relaxers, either the sodium hydroxide or the ammonium thioglycolate are breaking down the hair. They're eating at it. They're breaking down the disulfide bonds in the hair. Hair is made of keratin held together by three main types of bonds: disulfide, salt, and hydrogen. Disulfide bonds are permanent and responsible for texture, while hydrogen bonds are weak, temporary bonds easily broken by water or heat styling. Damage from bleach, heat, and chemicals can break these bonds, causing breakage. So, I guess the way I could describe this would be, if you think about an elevator and it's got, let's say it's got supporting cables. Well, when you use water or heat, you might be able to break down the temporary cables, the weaker ones, but there's the emergency backup cables that don't break. So what happens is you wet the hair, and I always compared it to like a spaghetti noodle. You get the spaghetti noodle wet, and then it starts twirling around things. And if you were to let that noodle dry, either wrapped around a curling iron, if you wrap the spaghetti noodle around a roller and then let it dry, it's going to stay round. If you were to wet that noodle down again, it might straighten back out. That's similar to what hair does. However, hair has the disulfide bond, which you did not completely break down. You've got to use the chemicals to break those bonds. Then, when you apply the neutralizer, it puts those back. That means whether you're relaxing or perming, you want it straight, you relax it and get the hair combed out straight. Then apply the neutralizer to the straight hair. If you want it curled, you put it around the perm rods so that the hair will take the shape of the perm rod when you put the neutralizer on. And that's why the perm rod size is important. The size of the perm rod determines how tight or loose the curl is. When you get out of school and or if you have somebody teach you something, sometimes you'll do a perm, or they'll do a perm, and they'll do 2 different size rods alternating. You know, like she would do like the you know, the one size and then the next size lower or larger from it, so that you get a little bit of a difference. You know, not everything by the book when you get out into the field. Because once you get out into the field, you're trying to make styles, not just show that you can do it. Now, in state board, in Michigan anyway, when I went, we only had to do 5 perm rods in the back of the head, like on the top and the back of it, like a crown area. So you didn't have to show that you can get a whole perm done in 45 minutes. That was for school, for the school test. You know, state board simply, and you weren't even using chemical at state board. At state board, you do not use any actual chemicals. You use you use real nail polish, but when you go to do your 4-part chemical or 3-part chemical, you know, that's 3 different applications in 3 out of the 4 quadrants that you split the head into. You use some sort of conditioner or something, a mock chemical that's safe. Hell, you could probably use mayonnaise if you wanted to, but we had the cholesterol cream conditioner because, you know, you can shampoo that out. If you're using it on a person, it's a hair conditioner. I mean, mayonnaise is also a hair conditioner, but cholesterol cream is basically kind of like mayonnaise, only it's got perfumes and stuff in it to, you know, you don't have to worry about it if it stays in the hair. And then for the protection, when you don't want to overlap the bleach, you use some sort of hair gel or something, or Vaseline, or you had to like show that you're putting something on the scalp, a Vaseline or barrier, or so that you show that you're not gonna burn the client, and you got to show that you're using some sort of disposable applicator to dip into that Vaseline. You know, you better not be sticking your fingers in anything. You know, you don't. If it comes in a squeeze tube or something, you better not be touching your hand to the tip of that bottle. You do not touch. You know, no double dipping, basically. They do not want you dipping your hands in something, and they don't want you double dipping something. It's like if you go to get your brows done or something, and they're double dipping in the wax with the same applicator, or they ain't supposed to be doing that. But they do it. And that's the kind of thing, like, when I go to do these, like, lesson plans and stuff, that's what I'll be like I'm doing right now is basically what this series is going to be. I'm going to be pretending I'm the teacher, telling you what to do and not to do, but I don't have the book yet. The earliest the book will get here is Saturday, apparently. Let me check the tracking. It's coming from Virginia. So as of midnight, it was in transit to the next facility, coming from Washington D.C. So, but they have said that like the earliest it was supposed to get here would be Saturday. So maybe it's on a train. I don't know. So I'm not usually one to ask for participation if anybody doesn't want to talk. But if you're watching this now, or if you're watching it on replay, either in the chat or in the comments, let me know. Have you ever gone to cosmetology school, or wanted to, or, for any of it? Hair, nails, skin, esthetician. Have you ever, or do you have a family member or something that has gone, whether they made it through or not? Or maybe a friend. Somebody in your life, whether it's you or them, that went to cosmetology school, or was an apprentice, or, or have you ever wanted to go? I just want to show something that I did back when I was in school the first time, if I can find it. Are you telling me that they finally got rid of my Angel Fire page? Did Angel Fire finally go out of existence? Yep. Yep. We're 1 month too late. Hey, Freebird. Well, that's cool. So your cousin had a salon, and you were a receptionist, and yeah, it looks like the whole, well, we haven't had Jen yet. Yeah. You like Opie Cunningham? Opie Cunningham, he's pretty good. Was that Eddie Murphy calling him that? Yeah, mixing Opie Taylor and Richie Cunningham for Ron Howard. Opie Cunningham. Lycos, back in the day, I think they had the dog. Well, anyway, that means my Okay, how about we try this? you you can't take my stuff. Not all of it, anyway. Hey, look. Back when I was just starting, that's what, 1997? Yeah. My hair was starting to get long. Uh, 1999. Oh, yeah, when I still had that. I had, I emailed like 1,000 salons and invited them to come put their information on my directory for free. And I had, at some point, like close to 400. And it became, yeah, as of, this is what I got when I quit school and I was like, what am I going to do now? I was doing this. And then I had affiliate links on like some pages where I was showing links to Amazon to buy textbooks and stuff like that. And magazines, cosmetology related stuff. And using a guest book, just like we had. You had your but you'd leave comments in somebody's guest book. Um, so like the lady textbooks, where you could get them. These were affiliate links. If they went to these sites and bought them, because I had my code or whatever in the thing, I could get a percentage of the sales. Over the course of having this website, I made about $600. Took a couple of years, but I got some money out of this. You know, I didn't do nothing with my time, but I did something. And then some of these books I had actually bought, like this one here, I had this book. So we probably have here we go. Here's my review. This is a picture book, but they are good pictures. I can understand that people would be upset that this book does not have instructions for the styles. The editorial review does lead people to believe that this book explains things. It really doesn't explain anything. Then again, most magazines don't explain styles either. This book is meant for choosing a style. If you are using this book for that purpose, then it's a great book. This would be a great book for salons to have in their lobby. And apparently 25 people have found that helpful. So I did my duty. My duty? Yeah. I had this book. This was the one that, one of the first books I bought, and one of my favorites. It's not the current cover. The old cover had it had like a woman with like either like blonde or strawberry blonde hair in like a braid or something. But attached to the underneath the book in a little cardboard box with like floral print, it came with like 3 hair accessories, like 3 different scrunchies. One was like plastic pearl bead, like a lace looking scrunchie. This is what it looked like. Okay, yeah, she had strawberry or orange hair. I don't like saying ginger because that's stupid, but that's mean. But yeah, I had this. Now, I had different ones in here than this, but this is what it was like. The top part of here is, and it's spiral bound, so if you're trying to braid your hair, following the instructions in there, the book lays flat on the table. All I had to do was, unless those are underneath the thing. Yeah, by turning this into a room up here, they went away. Yeah, I'm currently, because I've switched the theme to post-Katrina Gulf Coast, I came over here and turned this around and added a parking lot from the gallery. And I'm thinking the quote performance floor down here where you work on guests and put the classrooms up here. The roadstead went out of business after Katrina. So I'm kind of sticking with the Willow Creek, Magnolia, Newcrest area and not going to Sequoia. So I started to make this where the chair for learning, got the sketch pads and all that in a textbook. Your traveling suitcase for bringing things from your car into the thing because you can't fit it all in your locker. And then the mannequin chair. And once I figure out how I want to lay out the rooms, I'm going to make a room and there will be a room that has these chairs and a room that doesn't have these chairs, so that if certain people are getting along or forced to buddy up, they'll be sitting next to each other. Can't quite do that with this unless they're talking, but if there's something that I can't demonstrate on here, like when I went to look up the definition just now of stuff, class, go to Google and look up sodium hydroxide. Look up finger waving. Yep. So these people didn't bitch me out for emailing them. And unlike other directories that wanted to charge for all this info, you can't have your website. We charge for that. I let them fill out the form as if it were a guest book, and I just had the form, like salon name, address, and then I had little check marks next to things that, like, do you offer free bang trims? Do you have a kid's chair? Do you have free consultations? Features, yeah. The walk-ins welcome, a kid's chair, cartoon type, free consultations, free bang trims, a loyalty program. And then, for the description, they could have there was one or two that actually, just them alone, could fill my page by reaching the character limit in one of the two paragraph areas of describe yourself. I'm glad this wayback is here because I deleted all this. When I went and got, my salondirectory.com or whatever, I lost a lot of this because I couldn't keep paying for the thing. Oh, and then if I had a lot of them and didn't want people to have to scroll too far, I divided an area up. And then when I did England, I divided that into areas. That type of thing. Because I went international with it. They could name the stylist. They could, a play area with toys, free refreshments, free consultations, loyalty, um, a gift after X number of visits type thing. And they could tell, look, they got all these locations. I mean, that's, you ain't finding this in the yellow pages. Because it basically, if I went to look up salons and I couldn't find the info, I wanted the info on mine. You can give me the info. You want to share it, you share it. Because these places are proud. They're proud of their people, We're proud to have, so-and-so here. And, they have a nail tech. They have. Our stylists are friendly and motivated to make you look your best. If you like to join our team, But, family wouldn't see this. Family wouldn't know that I did this. I was... And this is what led to me going... Well, not led to, but when my coworker in 2013 came up to me and asked me if hey, you went to beauty school, you want to come to my Arbonne party? Well, that lit the fire where on Facebook I started to do this for for salons to just share your Facebook page to my directory on there. And then I started going and visiting them, and that's how I ended up at that hair salon, well, hair and nail salon out in Burton, Michigan. Not that one. And when I fell in love with no, not, you know what? You just gotta, don't you? You just gotta. You gotta play with me. Okay, those are... That's up here. Oh, they've changed it. When I went there, this was all like rainbowy colors and everything out here. But it's a house turned into a salon. In 2013. Are there photos? Yeah. But anyway, in the kitchen there was one or two salon chairs. This area here was where they did the nails, and there was like 4 nail tables out here. Over here was a boutique area with like purses and stuff. And then in the back she was trying to set up spray tan. Oh, that's what it's Abby Rose, not Abby Brooke. My fault. She named it after her daughter. Basically what happened, I've probably told the story, but I was going out there to just get like nail polish or something just to meet her, and because she added her thing to my directory. And but because some other local nail salon was throwing shade at them, by the time I got out there, I just put my hands out and said, do. Now, as you can see by what we're looking at, this is why I didn't become a nail artist, because maybe by now I could be that good had I just been doing nails, but I ain't got, I could do a little bit with a Q-tip, but I ain't getting that. I mean, even if some of these weren't hers, this is still nail artists doing this stuff. My hands can't do this. If everybody was like, do what you want, yeah, I might come up with something. But if they start asking me for something specific, like a Detroit Red Wing, I ain't getting that done. And then they go chipping the thing after I get perfection, and I have to redo a spot? No, Nope, sorry. One and done. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. Because I know I've got pictures of it on Facebook. I'll go over on my other laptop. And I'll see, at least I'm pretty sure I took one. Now, did I? No, I didn't. Not in that album. Bear with me, I am not looking at the chat right now. So if anybody's doing that stuff, I'm only 6 years back right now. I gotta go 13 years back. Okay, we're getting closer. Now I gotta get through the school stuff. And hope that it's on here. Because I sure as hell posted a lot of stuff during school. Come on. Come on, we're getting closer. Please be there. Or at least I thought we were getting closer. No, I have not done Reaper Career yet. Oh, hey, my Miracle Happy Hair Pills. I forgot all about that. And after all that, uh, okay, let's go to their Facebook page. Dang it. It's gonna take forever if I don't know how many photos they got, but you come to think of it, I might not have actually back then. It might have been Google Street View where I got a glimpse of what the thing looked like or something, but how far back have we gone? Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm only back to 2022. We're not going through that album. Oh well, I'm not gonna find it. I think that's what it was. I had to take my own picture, but it's probably on my Facebook and not in my albums. This is only going to go back to 2016 or whatever, isn't it? Because I lost all the photos that were on the old phone when I traded it in. If I didn't upload it to Facebook, I don't have it. That's the thing. You go to the store, Metro PCS got merged with T-Mobile or whatever, and they forced me to come in and trade my phone. And it's like I don't have a lot of time, so I rush over there nearing the deadline because, of course, I'm a procrastinator. And I get in there. Oh no, we can transfer your photos over. It might take like 2.5 hours. I didn't have 2.5 hours to stand there. So yeah, so that didn't happen. Yep, and that didn't happen either. It's probably in my memories. If I wait about a month till when I went there, that would help. All right, let's stop this because I'm getting off track again. I'm getting off track. What did we come on here for? What did we come on here for? We came on here for I wanted to see my article that I wrote. This is the article that I wrote when I was still in the first school about porosity. And my disclaimer. At that time, I am a former cosmetology student who has completed 800 of my state's 1,500 hours. The information on the site is meant to be taken in a casual sense and is not intended to be absolute fact nor professional advice. My opinions and articles are based on my learning in school, as well as my participation in several hair care forums over the past 4 years. Please do not do anything dangerous like take vitamins or use chemicals solely based on what I have written. For things like that, you should seek a professional or a doctor. I am not an expert. I will never claim to be even if I do learn everything there is to know about hair. Please be careful. If you have questions about these articles, you can email me at an email address I don't have anymore. So, let's read it. And let's copy this, because I ain't letting Wayback Machine keep it to themselves. Yeah, I was calling them alkalis. Probably alkalines. But oh, no E in it. Okay. Anyway, this is to teach some general information about hair that we all should know. If anyone has questions, let me know. Well, apparently a professional means they get paid. It's like when I'm at work and I'm singing or I'm making jokes, I'm a professional singer, I'm a professional comedian. I'm getting paid. Or I profess to be so. Okay, we're going to start with parts of the hair. There are 3 parts of a human hair. The innermost part is called the medulla, just like the brain has a medulla. Am I putting you to sleep? The middle layer is called the cortex. We'll come back to this, fine. We're not gonna... Yeah. We'll come back. Well, I found that. Alright, so I want more room. I want it to at least be the same as the bottom 4. We have a side entrance going towards the parking lot. I'm still not sure. Where do I have to have stairs, obviously. But this is something that will have been made post-Katrina, meaning recently, within the last 20 years. Jesus Christ, it's been almost 20. It's been over 20 years now. That was 2005. But while you may not necessarily have somebody in a wheelchair attending cosmetology school, I do have a coworker that's in a power chair that goes up and down. So it would be possible, theoretically, for somebody to do hair in one of those chairs. Because you'd need to be able to get taller than the head and all that. So you'd need to be upright. Or having somebody sitting low. I mean, the requirement is they're able to pass state board. So, yeah, at the moment, this is supposed to be the school. Going with the Katrina destroyed the Gulf area theme, Willow Creek and Magnolia and all that, the roadstead closed down. At the very least, you know, whether the buildings suffer damage or not, their customers they didn't have enough customers to stay open. Something like that. All right, so we could put a hallway here and put the classrooms inside here. Because the reasoning I had was when I earlier today, you know, we'll check in again with our characters here. Because I don't know who was here yesterday or not, or earlier today, but I always go on the assumption that, hey, somebody new's watching anyway, so. Okay, that's still paused. Well, you were here yesterday when I was aging them down and making other. Yeah. You may or may not have seen the new characters made, but I did. I aged them down to teen. And the cheerleaders were over here practicing. But if we go with the post-Katrina theme, if the Delaney's owned these properties, they might have lived somewhere else in a, maybe like over by the Spencer Kim's or whatever, this area of the Willow Creek map where the big houses are. Maybe they lived over there. Whoever lives over that area. I forget who's over there. If it's Spencer Kim or, but not by Mortimer, but the other corner. But these were their properties, and Katrina devastated them, and their insurance tanked on, or didn't grant their claim or whatever. Denied their claim for flood insurance and all that. So they ended up getting rid of some of these properties that they owned, moving into, and before that, this was how they had their properties, nice houses. Now, they were able to save these other properties with like sandbags and all that from getting too damaged, but they couldn't save this one. This lower floor got flooded completely. The water kind of got in here. Maybe the roof leaked or something, but it wasn't as bad up here. But it's still faded the paint, and so cheapskate Nadine, after moving in here, trying to recover as much money as she can, is renting out, has this as an apartment building. The upstairs one was available, but they couldn't get this one. She can't find somebody to refurbish this down here. So the most they've done is had the contractor guy or whoever, the handyman, in here, put up this wall, built this staircase, put like stain kills or kills primer stuff over the stains, and then, you know, fix this up a little bit, put it out for rent, and then the Camarillos coming back from, you know, wherever they were in, you know, Oklahoma or San Antonio, wherever they had gone to, they didn't live here before that, but they came here and are renting this up here from the Delaney's. When the Delaney's moved in here, Joanna went to her new school, but became one of the popular girls with the cheerleaders because she's athletic and all that, and basketball team, volleyball, you know, all that stuff. And her mother, having less money than they used to, was concerned that she's not going to be able to put her daughter through college, and I see a lot of buffering all of a sudden. Testing. Testing. Freaking buffering. Okay, that's a little better. It's about a 20-second delay right now. But anyway, she became the popular one. Then the Camarillos moved in here. The dad is a truck driver, but he's only home a few weeks a year. Mom's a waitress. And so she's the poor girl living next door. She gets teased by these other 4 teens. I temporarily moved the other teens in over here so they could do their cheerleading practice and stuff and meet each other and give her a little bit of insults and picked on her. So, yeah, we got Dallas Hurley, Kelly Lancaster, Monique Jacobs, and our main character Joanna Delaney, main character Charlie Camarillo, Mama Robin, and Mama Nadine. And then their parents are over in the other house where I left them. Or mothers. I didn't make fathers. Who needs daddies anyway? They're not babies anymore. They don't need daddies. They don't need a baby daddy. They're not babies. Daddies, don't let your babies grow up to not need you. Oh, is that how it is? So then I came up with the idea that maybe she's leaving here and getting on the, gets to the nearest Like over here, maybe the she meets up with the trolley car, streetcar thing. Wherever the nearest trolley car is. Well, for all I know, it's right here. Maybe we can just barely see the tracks. No, there's no tracks there. But still, you know. She gets on it nearby somewhere, and that's what let like, okay, they could she can go to the school. I mean, it might cost a lot of money. I don't know how much money it costs, but maybe she's not poor. Maybe she's not like really poor, but because of the way she dresses, they just happen to move back here because they wanted to be in the area. Um, you know, maybe this was only supposed to be a temporary move to come back to the area. Maybe they were waiting on their other house to be fixed up. Coffee. You're not even pointing at the right house. No, I'm not. But they just picked on her and called her poor kid, and she might not actually be poor, or that poor. They just happen to live here while they're. Yeah, that could be an idea. They were here temporarily, taking what they can, because they were tired of the hotels and all that, and wanted to come back to Louisiana, and maybe they lived in the next town over or something, and they were waiting for their house to be made. And anyway, speaking of coffee, I'm gonna go get some because it's been a while. Okay, I'm going to have to get some hot water in that thing again, though, because I've only soaked my feet. I haven't done anything to them yet. If anybody cares. You know, hey, we're talking about pedicures and all that, you know. Somebody's got to do my feet. The more I do this, the less times I have to take a pill when I'm working. So, there's that. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm gonna soak my feet some more. Yeah, I am. I don't know about that other one. I mean, I'm back now. I wasn't quite back when I was putting the water in, but all right. So back to the school. Back to the school. She probably sleeping. She falls asleep in class. We can't have her. She not gonna make it through school. My class, no sleeping. Carol Ann's, come back from the light. Carol Ann's. Happy birthday, though. We need to, we need to come up with the other name instead. Now here's the thing. There's always that talk about Southern Belle. Belle means beauty. So it could be like Magnolia Belle, Bella Magnolia, but what I'm trying to figure out though is, are we gonna have just, if I could fill this thing with like a lot of people, that'd be great, but I can't. So I can build a big school, but in reality, it's not gonna be a big school. I don't. It's gonna have to have more of a small town vibe. Um, this would have to be more like, well, I mean, it's on the coast, so like maybe like Slidell across the lake, or maybe in Mississippi. Um, it can't be Shreveport because it's over here by the Gulf, and Shreveport is up at the top corner. Um, let's try this again. Let's go see reality. really? What kind of faces are you making there? Now, these could be just stock photos. It may not necessarily look like that. Is that a quote from Beauty and the Beast? Because I haven't seen it, oddly enough. Oh, they're back there. I was kind of getting hopeful because I'm like, oh, that kind of looks like what we've got going here, but reverse. Thrift Mart. Wow, I think they've actually got that in. I think that's what they call it in the truck game. Oh, look, Flooring Mart, Kitchen and Bath Mart. So good to have that. You know, like especially when you're playing The Sims, you need both of those. Well, that went. That had a little bit of a makeover. Well, anyway, we're that's oh, they made a looks like they made a reception area out of stuff. It's a diorama of the school. That was like a classroom. Oh, for a minute there, I thought you were going Michael Jackson on me. Oh, that's what it was. They're doing their salon projects. Like I had to do. I use Sims 2 to make mine. Okay. Yeah. And that looks like it's showing the kits that you get. I'm kind of jealous of that. Either a kit or maybe that it could be a graduation present. You know, like for graduation, we got like another set of shears that hadn't been used yet, a brand new one. Hey, good job. Now, it's possible if you are a smaller school that you could teach out on the floor and just only be open for customers certain days. I'm assuming. Maybe she was teaching apprentices. Or maybe it's not what I thought it was. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really important. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, it's a line from the Bell song. Okay. Oh, facial. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, but I'm not finding it. Hey, she's back. I just basically stop the buffering. I'm not even on that page anymore. I'm just looking at these other. I went to the Gulf Coast looking to see if what actual schools are down there, but now YouTube's buffering like crazy. Yep, it's buffering like crazy. All right, here, let me get off of this. YouTube, cut it out. Every time. Every damn time. Stop buffering. I'm not even on that page no more. Okay, let me see. It is currently 8:12 on my main laptop. Okay, that's not too far. We're kind of caught up now. Oh, that's definitely bad. That's almost instant. Okay, I hope. I hope it stays. I mean. All right. So far, I got the salon set that came with these things and this stuff, and I think it's all part of one set, except this is one person's, this is that other person's. Um, then these three things go together, and this might go with this. I forget. But these black things are all part of one set. There's this one with stuff on it, and this one without. But you can't put anything on it. You're stuck with what they have on the thing. Now it's cool that I can do this. And actually just make it look like that. But so obviously they've that's something else that they recolored. Don't know what, but and that's all that gets. And then poster for the wall. Yeah, it's I'm always using these, even if I have to shrink it and use a different light for decorating, because it's the only one that gives enough damn light. Like, I hate the whole, like, oh, you got light right there. You got light right there. Instead, it's like, okay, put that one. Put that one. Let there be light. I'm not going to shrink these, though, because I might replace them later. The rooms are going to knock these out. See, the school's going to end up being bigger than I want it to be, you know? I can't build things small. That's the problem. I can't build small things. I have a hard time doing it. And This kind of bums me out though, because I'm stuck. This can only go where it goes. Like I can. So them sharing a station ain't helping much. I mean, it's got to be like, okay, change out the room. Now they're using the laptops. Change out the room. Now they're using the textbook. I mean, it's either that or they're not sharing a table. But this is that's a little bit much. You don't get your own table. In order for these schools to make it, they gotta have like a full room at all times. You don't got enrollment, you don't have a school. And as usual, I reloaded the thing, so... Okay, nobody said anything. What did you want him to say? No, I don't want him to say anything necessarily, but I didn't miss anything. Oh. The miss all command? Yeah. What if... Yeah. Now this is the same table. The laptops are what's doing it. Okay. That works just as well, though. Maybe instead of a laptop, they're using a tablet. On your tablet. Oddly enough, when I was graduating, they said something about the company was going to start trying to use tablets. Trying to take the school into more advanced technology type stuff. Around the time that they were going to change the color scheme to purple instead of the brown and orange and yellow. And they were going to switch from... we had a certain... I forget what they were. There was a certain makeup brand that we used. But they were going to switch to MAC. They were going to have MAC cosmetics to try to entice more people to come. That way we could tell people, hey, yeah, come get your makeup done. We use MAC. Mac computers? Yeah, Mac computers. We'll smack you in the face with a Mac. Don't mean a thing if it ain't got that whack. Yeah. Well, that's kind of something like this. If I could set up mannequins on the tables and stuff, we'd be okay. But when it comes to actually like doing services, I have to have the people mannequins, and so I currently have a room that is. Technically, we'd probably be going that direction with it. I mean, I could just copy this room, period. But I don't know if I want the windows. I mean, it could be either or. I mean, we could put the window here, or the door here. We could chalk the whiteboard here, and they come in here, and then look this direction. Here comes the buffering again. Testing. Testing. I can't even hear myself talk because it's buffering. Any day now, it will stop buffering long enough for me to say what I need to say. Any day now, any day now, maybe even today. Testing 2. Okay, that's better. You know, when it starts doing that, I can't tell if it's the internet doing that, like YouTube, or what, because, I mean, at the moment, I'm thinking everybody's home. You know, my niece is home. Uh, you know, there could be more than one person using a computer right now. You just had to do it again. Stop it! Come on, this is supposed to be my good episode. You know? This was the one where I was going to get serious and start building the darn school. Now, let me build the school. You just can't make up your mind, can you? Well, I'm probably not going with this. This is, you know, it's nice and bright in there, but I don't think we're doing that. If YouTube would cooperate, because I'm answering a question and it's... I'm not doing this. This is not the colors I'm doing. YouTube, cooperate. Come on, I got 5 likes on this video. Can we finish it, please? When I want to finish it? Yeah, that's at least a minute behind. Here, let me try, I mean, I don't know if it's going to make any difference for you all, but, because I'm only assuming it's my computer doing it, but... Jesus Christ, will you stop? Will you stop typing the wrong crap? It's getting really annoying with that crap. Well, let's actually have a good episode for a change. Or at least one where I'm not just complaining. This is usually about the part where I start going, well, I might as well restart the episode. It's 8:33. Test. What does it matter when I say testing and it starts doing it again? Come on. screwed. I'm screwed. I'm going to have to start another episode. Because it will not stop it. Got people asking questions and I can't answer it. It's like the last time I had to stop an episode, it ceased. I can't do anything about it. What good is it to have like good internet and stuff if YouTube still screws you over? Yeah, you just said that just now. It is at least two or 3 minutes since I said that. Testing. No, wrong thing. Oh, wait, is it back? Wonder how long you're going to be back. Jesus Christ. That's what I threatened it. It was coming. That was up to 3 minutes there. Because you typed in chat, maybe I have to start a new one. And I had said that 3 minutes before that. And then it's got, you said that in chat. Then me saying it happened right after that. And I had said that 3 minutes before that. Anyway, color scheme. I was trying to show that that's what I had, what I was in, but I'm not going to do that one. I don't think I've got a good orange room anyway. Yeah, See, I'm torn. There's the whole new look that they do these days. Sterile, professional. And then the themes they had in like the 90s and stuff, like teal walls and teal and white with the like I was doing in that salon I made. That was an actual salon that had the teal and white checkered floor. You know. Do I want to keep this or not? I don't know. Do I want windows in this classroom? We didn't have windows in our classrooms at Regency because they were in the back of a strip mall building. Even though we were on one of the outer walls because it was in the corner, that wall and the back wall didn't have windows. You know, the only windows were in front of the building because it was a strip mall. Part of me wants to let something else be something else here. But at the same time, if I change the lot type or whatever, then I got to deal with like what happened over at that other build, where okay, the restaurant people are coming over to the salon and interfering. And then the waiter's coming to check on me. Like, hello, I'm doing something else over here. Leave me alone. Stay in your restaurant. I don't even have food. But it's our job. We must check on you when your mouth is full. Yeah, but my mouth wasn't full. No. No. Oh, that's just... I thought maybe it had a stripe like that. Well, I suppose it is possible to do something like that. But, Subway Beauty School? No. Sounds like I'm trying to reel in a damn fish. Man, what do I gotta do to get you to, like... Not that it matters, but it just, you know... That's a little too... I don't know if I want that or not. I don't know if I want anything or not, but I'm just... I just... I don't know. So... So basically, an answer to that question is like, do I want modern or old school, or do I want a mix of both? Because if I'm going with, I can either go with the building was damaged theme, or it was just taken over and redone. Maybe something took over the building, remodeled it into like offices upstairs, and that's where they get the classrooms from. And then down here was left kind of wide open. All right, let's go with that little bit of a theme here, okay? I don't need that right now. That's kind of what I was hoping to do to my place. I mean, well, that's like the river's over here, or not the river, the Gulf. Not to be confused with Mongolia. You can see the Magnolian wall from outer space. Is it made out of steel? Yeah, it's a steel magnolia wall. Ain't no one gonna steal anything anymore. They're not getting in. Were you confusing that with Mongolia? Admit it. You thought I was gonna. You thought this was gonna be the Mongolia beauty school. No? Eh. Let's call the whole thing off. You say Magnolia, I say Mongolia. You say potato, I say potato.